chat. We fix everything up here. We're live very early today. Got a big thunderstorm already blowing up to our west near Grand Island, Nebraska. I need to edit the stream title because we are in Nebraska. I changed my target this morning after I uploaded the video, or uploaded the stream. Give me 1 second to fix that. So we got a lot to talk about as we approach this storm. It was a very eventful day yesterday. Unfortunately, there were some exceptionally damaging tornadoes over the plains. It feels like it's been a while since that happened. Studio here. Open. I have to edit the stream location and title because we are in Nebraska. So give me 1 minute, guys. Fix this up. Good morning. Yes, we're starting a little early today. Already got storms trying to form here, just west of Grand Island. Could be a fairly interesting day out here. I think we got a lot of surface vorticity, a lot of low-level instability. Why is my phone going so slow? Try chasing with a different app today. Got 72 over 65 here near Wood River, Nebraska. So any storms here in southeast have got a shot to produce some good tornadoes today. They probably won't be super long-lived or super long track, but they should be very pretty. Not a classic cold core event, but it's got some similarities. Forecast was off yesterday, twin tornadoes went through Kansas. Yeah, there was that big tornado south of Greensburg, and then Prevna, Kansas the west side of Prevna, Kansas was hit by a powerful tornado as well. A lot of destructive overnight tornadoes there in southwest Kansas. Which I decided not to go to. I didn't want to mess with huge nighttime wedges down there, but we did see the Grinnell, Kansas tornado. That was one of the loudest tornadoes I've ever heard. The tornado went over, across the interstate, flipped a truck. Well, it flipped over a trailer with a bunch of cars on it, and that's why there was so many cars in that field. It wasn't just a bunch of people who drove into the tornado. It was just one semi hauling them. So, thankfully, haven't heard any reports of deaths or serious injuries coming out of Grinnell and I-70. But definitely a very strong tornado, one of the loudest I've ever heard. Thinking we've got a good shot today to see something cool here near Wood River, Nebraska. Things are going up a little further west than I expected. So we got to watch out for stuff forming south of us now. Definitely not a classic tornado look, but in terms of like boundary placement, but in terms of parameters here, we've got a ton of low-level instability and good moisture. So it's not going to take much to get tornadoes from these storms if they can remain surface-based and not fall behind, which should happen today. I'm not too worried about that. My main concern today is that low-level shear is a little weak, and it's supposed to get weaker throughout the day. So right now it's actually better. Yeah, that's what my reaction was, Grifter. I saw all those cars. I thought that we had stumbled upon a mass casualty event there with all those cars in the field. But thankfully, it was just, it was one guy. He sustained a minor injury. It appears he was bleeding a little bit, but nothing too bad. He was taken to a local hospital. Connor has to chase Mississippi, doesn't want to go. Everyone hates Mississippi because the terrain and roads there are terrible. You're not going to see anything unless you've got a drone, and it takes just an insane amount of luck to see stuff out in Mississippi. I've never had a good Mississippi tornado. There's only two parts of Mississippi that are really okay to chase, and that's like far western Mississippi, northwestern Mississippi, in the Mississippi River Delta, and then there's a little area in eastern Mississippi that's got some flat land that's not bad, but for the most part the state is pretty terrible to chase. You've got tall trees, you got hills, you've got windy roads, you've usually got fast moving tornadoes, and you've usually got low bases, so those storms are really low to the ground, so it's tough to make anything out. So we're going to continue out west here towards Wood River. Look at those big towers going up, guys. I really like how this looks right now. Honestly, going up earlier in the day might be a little better for tornadoes, so in this case. But there is a moderate risk in a tornado watch down in Oklahoma. I thought it looked messy out there, and my target was like right along the Red River, so I decided I'm not going to mess with it. And then tomorrow we got to go all the way down to Dixie Alley. But we got a nice supercell trying to develop here. radar too, Grifter. That's a good one. Radar is cooked down there in a lot of places. We chased a high risk down there on March 15th, and we had a tornado pass literally a mile north of us, and we saw nothing. We had to help a lady out of her house, but we didn't see literally anything. Yeah, Grand Island 72 over 65. Dew points are a little lower than what the HRRR was showing, but you know, that's 7-degree dew point spreads. You're gonna probably get a couple tornadoes from this stuff. A lot of people, I think Oklahoma, southern Oklahoma is going to be that main target, and then there's like two other targets. There's eastern Oklahoma for the first round, western Oklahoma for the second round, and then North Texas. There's also another target there in northeastern Kansas, but I just passed on it. I thought up here was a little bit better, so this target and the northeastern Kansas target are pretty similar. But I really like the look of this cell to our west, guys. Just needs to kind of tighten up a little bit. It's still really early in the day. It's only 12:25, but we got some towers up. We got some fairly large towers already. Could be looking at a tornado here in about an hour. I'm expecting a severe thunderstorm watch to be issued up here pretty shortly. I haven't even put up a poll yet. I haven't had time. We'll start a goal though for all the colors, and we'll set a goal for 5. I tried to do 20 last time. It was a little ambitious, so. Got some towers, guys. The skies look tornado-y. The question is, do our wind profiles hold out? That is my main question and concern with today. Don't like that little anti-cyclonic curve almost on that storm. It looks pretty good though. It's just a little strange looking with those winds super backed. Get out to Wood River. I used to live in Grand Island. I lived there until April of last year. I lived on the southeast side on Locust, Talon Apartments out there. Same town that was hit with, I think, 7 tornadoes June 1st, 1980, with multiple strong anticyclonic tornadoes and also an F4. That F4 actually went right over where my apartment was later built. But man, I'm so ready for these. I'm honestly, Chad, I'm tired of these big high-end outbreak days. I want those June, like 2 target days where nobody's out. It's just you and a couple local chasers bagging pretty tornadoes over nothing. I don't like stuff like what we had yesterday and then back on the 16th. Those are not my favorite. Yeah, it's looking a little rough, but we're getting some new updraft development on this boundary here, so we're gonna hopefully hope that this stuff can hang on. Further north of Grand Island, it looks a little rough, like we might just be too stable. I'm just hoping wind profiles are okay, because that's the major concern for our storms today, is that those wind profiles just are gonna fall apart. Up here at the second Grand Island exit on 312, and then we go west towards Alda. I know this area really well. Home turf for me. I lived here from 2021 to 2024, a little under 3 years. What's funny is the entire time I was here, I only had like 2 chases close to the apartment, and that was Spalding. I had the Spalding day, and then I had April 26th. Everything else I had to leave super far for, and then, you know, already twice this year I've chased this area, and then a 3rd time, including today. Yeah, Grifter, my radar zoom is broken. That's what I can't do that. I can't do that because my system, I usually try to zoom it in when we get closer, but my thing's broken, so I just can't do that. I'm not sure what the issue is. Like every other command I have there works except for the zoom in and out. Why is my steering wheel beeping at me? Was yesterday a really muddy tornado day? I mean, not really. Most of the tornadoes were fairly photogenic, except up in northwest Kansas, like far northwest Kansas, southwest Nebraska. Those tornadoes were pretty rain-wrapped, but most of them were pretty clear. Even that one we had was clear, just we didn't come in from the best angle. There are tornadoes pretty much expected. Kansas could get some tornadoes, but I think that main threat's going to be down there in southern Oklahoma. Maybe northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas could get some stuff too. The setup's looking a little messy right now because you've got the first wave coming through, and then you got the dry line initiating a second wave, and those types of setups can just be a little rough, but there should be fairly decent moisture recovery today, and I don't think we've initiated as many storms as expected for that 17Z stuff down there in Oklahoma, but coverage is starting to increase down there. So, but there could be some stuff. I would look at northeastern Kansas and then southeastern Kansas for that tornado threat later on. That's going to be a little bit later. That's going to be a couple hours from now. If our stuff really falls apart, we might head down there. But again, I don't like those northwestward approaches. So I'm not going too fast right now, but everybody else here is going pretty fast today, which is nice. So sometimes these I-80 going west here can get pretty slow. Yeah, things are looking not horrible here. We got a lot of scud. We're gonna get over here in the Grand Island. I think they're building the Fat Dogs right here. Approaching these bases right now. Stuff still seems like it needs a little bit of time to mature here. Looking a little messy right now, but nothing too worrying. The only thing that's raising a red flag for me is that wind shear could be already messed up right on the boundary, which is gonna hurt a little bit. Let's get, yep, the Fat Dogs has already built it, looks like. Love Fat Dogs. All right, I gotta fix the zoom, I just remembered. Ugh, I knew I was forgetting something. There we go, chat. There we go. Yeah, our echo tops really haven't raised too much. Just hoping to eke something out here. Oh, I'm going in a mile, not here. I just tried the zoom, maybe it worked. No, it didn't. Here, I'm gonna see if my girlfriend can zoom in a little bit here. Give me 1 second. Hey, can you go to my computer and go, I'm streaming right now, can you go to my computer and go to the, you're not home? When will you be home? Alright, that's no problem. Can you let me know when you get home? Oh no, it's no big deal. Yeah, I just need you to zoom into the radar because my thing broke, so. No big deal. I'll talk to you later. No, you're okay. I forgot you were gone. Love you too. See ya. Alright guys, we're looking a little rough right now. Echo Top's building back southwest though. We might even have a funnel, guys. Hold on. No, just outflow scud. You know, we've got this little base here in front of us. Some towers growing southwest as well. Pretty nondescript here, but I think this is definitely the best looking base just to our west. So we're just south of Grand Island. We've got tornado thermodynamics. The question is, do we have a tornado storm mode and tornado wind shear? Further east, if this storm moves off the boundary, I know we've got tornado shear out ahead of the boundary. Told you guys. What areas of Nebraska? I think in the Pender, Wayne areas. Right now, it could get up there, but things are firing a little further southwest than I expected. So my initial target was Columbus to Lincoln, somewhere between there. But we've got storms much, much earlier down here, almost 2 hours earlier than I was expecting. But yeah, up there looks pretty potent too. And apparently, is that an FAA site or is that just an actual op? York, Nebraska, 72 over 68. Definitely not the lowest bases ever here. Some rain out here too. Okay. I'm gonna find somewhere to pull off up here. Gonna find somewhere to pull off here, guys. But we need to keep watching satellite trends. If anything goes up south of us or east of us, that's probably what we want to be on. Just not sure that anything will. I mean, we're in the 3 Cape bullseye. 303 Cape just to the south of us here. Photographs aren't actually that bad right now on the west side of the boundary, so just pretty linear shear. But as long as there's enough speed shear, I'm not too worried. I'm not really needing, I don't feel like we're gonna need a bunch of big time, large curving photographs today for tornadoes. Where do I want to stop up here? And the storm's basically boundary parallel right now. But there's this kind of updraft tucked behind the boundary almost, behind these other storms, and that's a little bit of a concern, is if these things don't move off the boundary and they fall behind, that could be a pretty quick end to the tornado threat. But I think stuff's gonna organize here within the hour as heating continues, as the moisture mixes through the atmosphere a little better. Is there a pull off right here? And it's mud. Man, I'm trying to find a good pull off with no trees that looks. Updraft echoes to the south are definitely building. We're gonna take a road here. Just take a little jog south towards the interstate again. That 3 Cape and stuff is all south of us right now, but it should be lifting north towards us and continuing to kind of stockpile there. So as heating increases here, I think tornado time is going to be a little later today than what I said earlier. I think instead of it being a 1 p.m., we could get stuff closer to a 2 p.m., 3 p.m. type of thing. But I don't think it's going to last all night. They just issued a mesoscale discussion for us. 60%. Yeah, so we basically want to be on that southern storm. They basically say that any storm that moves too quickly to the north, northeast can move into the stable air mass, which could be a problem today. We're going to get down here on the other side of this intersection here and then stop and keep facing southwest because we do have a little lowering off to the right there. And it's a nice little thing without power lines. These new wiper blades have been working wonders. I didn't realize how bad mine were, but the driver's side one that I had originally was just snapped in half. Like the actual wiper material thing itself. So it just wasn't doing much. There's got to be a pull off right up here. Right to enter this field, I would think. Maybe not. Kind of. It's kind doesn't look too bad down there, chat. The problem is definitely that it is falling a little bit behind the boundary today. Definitely a concern. No problem, Anthony. Yeah. Kind of the same thing happened to me. I was always interested in, but when the pandemic hit, then I was like, started chasing and everything. So we're just gonna see if maybe one of these storms can get a little bit ahead of the boundary here. Not getting enough rain to use the wiper blades. Checking satellite here. Yeah, this boundary, if we had a little kink in this boundary somewhere, that would be ideal. Yeah, they did kind of outline that area south of the warm front that we're really looking at. The slower that this boundary north of the low moves, the better for tornadoes, I think. The main issue is just that if storms can't fly off the boundary, it's going to be a long day of chasing. So if storms can right turn, they should move northeast enough, but you know, it might take a sizable updraft to do that. With our shear today, that might not be a thing. We might just be dealing with smaller storms that can't keep up. But if anything can stay ahead here, we've got a pretty interesting photogenic tornado threat. Especially further south where the winds are a little bit more just veered all around. Storms might take a little bit stronger of a rightward motion and eastward motion. But yeah, I used to live here, man. I used to just drive around on these roads when I was bored. It's really funny though. You look how often I chased in 2022. It was like 50 chases, and then you look at like how often I chase now. It's like 90 times a year. I think I'm like 10 chases ahead of where I was for 2024, which was 92 chases, I think. One thing we do have to, no outlet. Is this road? Okay, so we've got to basically turn around. Nice. That's fine though. We're gonna slide a little bit east, keep with this storm. Right now they should be moving northeast towards us, but the further south the storm, I think, for us the better today. That first storm is already falling behind the boundary, so we can see that guy already starting to weaken pretty quickly right there. So on the boundary or ahead of the boundary, we're set. Behind the boundary, we're not as set. Thought about getting out. COVID and working from home has not helped your addiction. I thought about getting out this afternoon. I'm located on the northern tip today in Sioux City. Yeah, I was just in Sioux City. We were there. I slept in Sioux City before the Minnesota tornadoes a couple days ago. Yeah, it's the same thing. I mean, I got a remote job as well. And just, it makes chasing easier, you know, and it kind of lets me do my own thing. this storm down south is definitely trying to intensify here. It's starting to look like it's falling behind the boundary a little, though, and that's just not what we want to see. We're going to get back to that previous road we just came north on, and then we're going to go south on it. Got strong ventilation today with storms. It's just, we really need them to right turn off this boundary, which is, I'm pretty optimistic about today, though. Like with the thermodynamics in place, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, even if that doesn't happen, to get an accident of a tornado here or there. But that main threat down in Oklahoma looks absolutely nasty, right on the Red River, where there's going to be a million chasers with very few road crossings, with very high dew point storms, with dry air entrainment issues aloft. I just couldn't compel myself to go down to Oklahoma. This target and the Oklahoma target were an equal distance drive for me. So I really could have picked either one, but I want to avoid the crowds right now, because yesterday there were traffic jams on that Arnett storm in Oklahoma. There's literally just 10 vultures standing there in the field right now. Man, I was hyping up my wiper blades and now they're squealing already. Okay guys, we got our storm, it looks like. Man, I wish I could zoom in there. But we got a little mini supercell developing just to our south now. Kind of riding that boundary still, that's perfect. My thoughts today are pretty straightforward, period. We've got great thermodynamics in place, but wind shear and the boundary are the concerns, period. If a storm can stay on the boundary or right turn ahead of it, they could produce some photogenic tornadoes in eastern Nebraska, period. Wind shear to Windshire. Sorry for the misspelling, I use voice to text. Yeah, it's spelled, his name is spelled Jacob the normal way, and mine's spelled the weird way, so it's spelled it my way. I was like, what? That's not his name. Guys, I'm pretty optimistic right now. Just needs to stay ahead of the boundary. Another mesoscale discussion. Thunderstorm development expected in the next 2 hours. Intensification and watch issuance likely. The issue issued a purple MD for us, but which means they're not quite sure whether it's going to be hail or tornado. But I'm really thinking we get a tornado show here if that boundary takes the correct, or if that boundary is just slow enough for our storms to get east of it. Probably not going to be too widespread, probably only 2 storms at most. We'll be able to take advantage here. But you don't even need a storm in front of the boundary. On the boundary probably works too. So we're back by the travel center here. Thunder Road Grill. It just did that thing again, man. Where it might just be moving northeast, like it might be falling behind the boundary already. That is our problem for today. I got a little lowering over there though. Looks like if it pulls that boundary in, it's not a super fast moving boundary, but our storms are just forecast to parallel it maybe just a little too much. Like if these storms move 10 degrees more to the right, it's tornadoes everywhere up here, but so there's a little cold front type boundary, which is where our storms are forming now, where there's a boundary, there's basically warm, moist air on the east side and cooler, drier air on the west side. And if our storms fall into the cooler, drier air, they're going to lose, they might just die completely, but they're going to lose tornado potential. And they might be short-lived. It's basically just a north-south cloud line here from like northern Kansas into northern Nebraska. I mean, and even what I'm looking at now, the main storm's back to the west of us here, the updraft, but all the scud is way down here. Yeah, and our echo tops have weakened a little bit here. I think we're going to turn off and keep an eye here on everything, because that looks interesting down there. And then our supercell on radar is apparently right here. And it's not looking so hot. Down south, there's some good scud. I can't turn south here. To face south here, I mean. I'm seeing some more towers on the boundary down there, but let's go here and just not drive into too much mud. Got some lowering down there. Just right on this boundary. Yeah, it seems like our storms are struggling to get ahead here. 1 minute, chat. We've got loads of time, so what we're probably looking for is somewhere the boundary kinks a little bit. And that's happening just to our southwest, and it's happening, yeah, it's basically happening between here and Hastings. That might be the most favorable area at the moment. But we've got these towers going up right here, chat. Big fly in here. When did you get in? There you go. Yeah, this guy's chopped. Okay. Might just not be ready yet. What are these tops at? 29,000 feet at most. It did kind of try and pull that boundary back a bit though. So the next storm that goes up might have a little bit better of a shot. If these storms keep going up and trying to like rope that boundary in, could be in business from some weird interaction like that. There's just a slight little bend in the boundary here that gives us a chance. Slight little bend here. Yeah, there's that nicer storm up north, but the environment up there doesn't seem to be quite as conducive. With 65 over 63, it's gonna be pretty foggy up there. Yeah, there's a couple little kinks forming in this boundary here. One near Hastings and another one near us. You can go east at them if in. Seems like we still got a minute. Thermos aren't going to be super helpful today because they're pretty strong throughout. I am going to... I'm getting bit by flies out here, guys. This is not fun. I'm gonna start a little bit east. Storm's trying to re-strengthen here, but it's... Is that a whole lot I could use now? So we're gonna watch development south, and then this storm here to our west and northwest is trying to get its act together. There's nobody here, I'll back in. Trying to get its act together. I want to keep a tire or two. Alright, we don't have enough room between the farm and the road, so gotta go down a little more. Behind the boundary right now. It seems to be moving with it, just a little bit behind it. We probably need a little bit stronger of an updraft. This guy might be falling behind too. Can never find a road that lets me face where I want to, or a pull off or something. Just can't find a turn that's not blocked. Try this guy. Yeah, this looks better. Worried about mud though again. Being attacked by flies. You might be watching now more to the south because this guy's, you can see kind of where the tornado would try to form in that little curl back there. But it appears to be falling behind the boundary. Yeah, it's behind the boundary for sure now. so close, but so far. How fast is this boundary moving? Okay, about 12:19 it was at Prosser. It's moving a little under 10 miles per hour. The problem is just the direction these storms are going to move until they get a little larger. I mean, this thing just blew up, though, according to Echotops about 5 minutes ago. 35,000 feet. If it gets an RFD surge or outflow to try and push it eastward, we could be in business with this thing still, but if it's behind it for too long, it's just gonna die. There's that other updraft south that looks interesting too. Yes, Pepper, there is a chance for a tornado here in eastern Nebraska over the next couple hours. Being a little mitigated right now by the boundary and how these storms are interacting with it, but all it takes is one storm to move off the boundary. All it takes is one storm. Show me an updated satellite here. Seems like there may even be like a little boundary, secondary boundary collision here, because I'm seeing a lot of cloud mass northeast from the storm. And that's probably what caused it to blow up there. Starting to get some rising motion back there. Oh, is it on auto again? Why is it on auto? I thought I set it to fixed. Sorry about that, chat. Bit of rising scud back there. These are not going to be your big classic giant plane supercells today. These storms should be a little smaller. More like an Illinois mini storm here. There's some weak rising motion with this right there. I think we'll go back south and then east and then keep going with it, because it looks like it's trying to really root at the ground here. You're starting to see a little bit of a outflow from the precip there trying to form. We got this little guy here. I'm Lord of the Flies. That's not a dirt whirly or anything there. That's part of my stuff on my car. Yeah, a little swirl right there, where you'd expect. Not very strong. More interested in seeing that stuff start to go out here. Storm just needs to really start moving along this intersecting cloud mass, and then we're in business. Yeah, may have just had a weak attempt at a tornado back there. All right, I'm getting tired of the flies. Oh, there's somebody coming here. I don't know why my car attracts so many flies. All my Subarus really have. When I was chasing in a Chevy Cruze, it wasn't a thing, but I wonder if it's all the dirt and mud. So you can see this big line of clouds that were underneath here, just like that is the boundary. That's like the two colliding air masses here. It's a little unclear if it is. If it can latch onto this, which it's going to be tough by the looks of it. Our updrafts just aren't very strong right now. But you can see there's like this other band of clouds over there. If anything initiates on that, that would be perfect, but wind profiles aren't exactly supposed to turn here later on. Yeah, like it's just gonna be it's gonna be like right on the edge. But further south, it's a little bit better of a chance that something turns off. Northeast here, because I think that our boundaries here might give us a shot. So we're going to go back up Locust Street here. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible right now over there. Getting maybe a bit broader of a base here. Just really need it to stay ahead of this boundary. You're going to hear me talking about that boundary 24/7 because it is the absolute key to whether or not this stuff produces or not. Pass some other chasers up there. Right now. They just issued a tornado watch just east of us for these storms. So, Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service offices see the potential up here. Pretty low-end tornado watch, 50-20 watch. So it's really all going to come down to how these storms can interact with these air masses today. I don't want to say boundary because I keep using that word a lot, but it really is the key for today. But I think this Grand Island storm's got a shot here. And if we do get any tornadoes, they should be particularly photogenic today, guys. likes already, sweet. 122 likes. Thank you guys so much for for liking the channel. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. I chase literally everything. I'm having an electric year so far with over 30 tornadoes. So we got a good setup in place now. We're just going to continue to iron out any issues. So I really do appreciate you guys. Do tornado chasing at least one time? Yeah. Chase tours aren't that bad. It just depends on which one you go with, Kirk. I've heard people have really good experiences, and I've heard people have really bad experiences. It just depends on who you pick, it seems like. Well, we've got a base right here, guys. A little lowering over there. Same area that produced that one earlier. It just looks a little cold. But the second these storms hit that better air mass today, we're in business. Oh yeah, those tornadoes last night were pretty intense. So I think that's a storm actually back behind our showers here. We're gonna get back into, we're gonna be in rain for a minute, guys, so the stream might cut out and I might switch you over to AT&T or Verizon for a moment. But yeah, that storm's back there, seems to be behind the boundary. Well, our storm seems like it's about to move off. So we're gonna get to Grand Island here, and then we're gonna go east on US 34. Should be in business. Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service agree that there is a tornado threat here. We're about to enter that one. I didn't realize you guys were so far up. Sorry about that, chat. So we're gonna pull up here, go right past where I used to live. Ironically, having veered winds at the surface would help today, just to get these storms off initially. Why is it switching from autofocus? I don't understand. Like, I have it set to fixed focus, and then it keeps changing up on me. Yeah, so that storm back to the west that I just showed you guys is actually back behind. That thing's either going to shrivel up or try and merge with this storm that's trying to get east now. Got a bit of a fish shape to it, but if that RFD can kick out and swing east, we're in business. And if that happens, close range photogenic tornado intercepts are certainly on the table. It's looking, it could go either way right now, but just need a storm to survive long enough to take a right turn. They built new here. There's that pumpkin pantry that I would always go to. The Walmart over there. There's a scooter down that road that I went to all the time. This was my old, I used to live in these apartments right here in Talon. Have they built any new ones? Because there were only like 5 buildings when I moved in, and they built like 2 new ones since I've been there. These garages weren't there, so those are new. Yeah, still the same number of buildings, though. Looks like they got room for 2 more buildings if they want to build them. Let's just go, east here, chat. This storm here looks like it's getting ahead. looks like we're getting ahead of that front back there. Behaving a little bit like a cold front. So we're still not even in that tornado watch yet. That tornado watch is just a little east of us. Bad storms in Minnesota today. Haven't really looked up there, but I haven't. Could be your guys are in marginal risk. You could get some strong thunderstorms up there, but probably no real tornado threat with that. Mostly looking at probably a damaging wind, small hail threat up there, especially in southern parts of the southwestern parts of the state. They do have a marginal risk out, but definitely not going to be the focus for today. Watching nervously for Blair. These are going to be some, you're okay, Clay. These are not going to be super intense storms or super intense tornadoes off the bat here. They should be fairly weak. So I wouldn't get too nervous over these, especially not right now. They're still fighting with that boundary, and Blair, if I remember right, it's a little far east, so no need to worry just yet. Cool here, south central Wisconsin, that's what I'd expect. Don't know why, but I think the U.S. is beautiful driving through, but yeah, I love the U.S. It's got some great views, great storms, great, just great stuff to see. Just got some great stuff to see. I mean, you can go into the forest, you can go out west, you can go Rocky Mountains, you can go desert southwest is gorgeous. The Black Hills are gorgeous. There's a lot of stuff out here. A lot of stuff out here. Marion County. Man, Platte River looks a little low right now. Looks like our storm's getting ahead right now, guys. There's a little just curl in the back of the boundary, and I think our storm is gonna move off here. Could be overly optimistic forecast for me, but I'm gonna head out towards Aurora. Probably not get that far, probably go north near Phillips, head towards Chapman. Storms are moving fairly northeast today. Just fighting with it here, but there's so much time and so much open warm sector for these storms to move through. I wonder if that storm back to the northwest of Grand Island is going to help with outflow to push this guy east. I mean, That in front of us, there's a tornado sky, guys. You're getting those towers bubbling. You're getting low clouds in there. Not too much low clouds, though. You're not getting really any cirrus cover. Low 70s temps, mid 60s dew points. This feels like tornadoes to me. These storms are basically going right along the river. But there's plenty of crossings here. The Platte River is just basically pointing where these storms are going. They're riding the Platte River from like Grand Island up towards Central City. Another place we can cross is up by Central City. I bet the tops on this storm are jumping. Yeah, it's kind of small, but small peak of 38,000 feet. Not the tallest storm ever, but getting fed by a couple other updrafts could help keep it alive. I just don't like how narrow it's getting. Yeah, this could go either way. Nebraska are driving fast today. So now we're officially inside of that tornado watch. Shouldn't be a very long tornado watch, I would assume. Yeah, tornado watch. Well, it is. Wow, a 7.5 hour long tornado watch. 60 mile per hour winds expected. 2.5 inch hail. You can literally see the flanking line convection in on the echo tops. We're going to get north to Chapman here in about a mile and a half. Shouldn't be the strongest tornadoes ever, guys, so but heed those warnings if you are in this tornado watch area. We've got some pretty nice thermodynamics today, but wind profiles and the boundary are the main just flies in the ointment, if you will. Everybody loves to use that term, thanks to Trey, but an area right now with characterized by 150 joules per kilogram of 3 Cape. I start getting excited for tornadoes over about 75, so we're almost double that, and later on some places we're showing as high as 300, so got vorticity down there too thanks to that boundary. Seeing much in the way of a descript base over here, though. Off to the west, I'm just seeing a lot of low cloud. we could pretty much take this thing anywhere. We could go east with it. We could go north with it. There's multiple other updrafts forming over here. Do we have a stop sign? No. What's going on around here? Yeah, that storm's updraft's not looking so hot. Been right on the edge there for a bit there, but it seems like it's finally becoming clear what this storm's gonna do. We've got another updraft forming to the southwest, which could serve to take over there. It had like a big eastward jog, and then it stopped. Stop here. Look back westward. Hopefully this isn't too muddy. So, got kind of a new base forming here. Just gonna take some time. I want to see the more instability that we get to build here, bigger the threat. We're sitting about 2,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE, which is pretty moderate. About 2 hours from now. 2 hours from now, apparently a bunch of storms are supposed to initiate to our south, and those might even be better. So we got to keep an eye on that. They're in a 3 CAPE thing down there too, 150. How their shear doing though compared to the boundary? Still similar boundary shear concerns. $77 over $65 allegedly down here in Aurora. Like, it's a little tougher because these wind profiles being a little wrong is just... There they go. They issued a tornado watch now down south. Both targets have kind of the same problems though. But I like how we're seeing like storms try to develop out here on the east. Just might take a little longer than I thought for things to move off. Already getting scud rising into this base here. Where's my laptop at? It's funny because the shear profile's probably okay east. It's just boundaries moving 10, and that would be 25. Here, boundaries moving 10, and they're moving like, yeah, that shear is going to be right on the edge. Right on the edge here. Give me one moment, chat. One moment. Do my math on tornado scene real quick. Yeah, we've seen 30 tornadoes even this year. Yeah, why is that thing deviating north? That's not what we want. It's like the back, it might be because of that other storm. Just a little behind. Yeah, and then tomorrow we're going to be heading down for Dixie. So we'll have a long drive tonight, but I was chasing really well off those long drives, and I'm pretty well rested now. I've had 8 hours of sleep like the last 3 nights. But 10% hatch tornado risk tomorrow for southern Kentucky, the western 3/4 of Tennessee, northern Alabama, and northern Mississippi. And extreme southeastern Missouri on the southeastern edge of the Missouri Boot. And then a marginal risk on day 3 out in the Carolinas, so I won't be streaming in 2 days. But then after that, there should be some nice mesoscale events, stuff that I'm a little more fine-tuned with in Texas and stuff. So who knows when I'll be home next, but gotta love chasing. Gotta chase when the storms are here, because, you know, if I take a break now in October, I'm gonna be sitting there like, man, I wish I didn't, you know. Because in May, sometimes you can forget how few setups there are in the cool season. You just gotta take, not take anything for granted out here. Chances of Blair getting hit pretty low. I mean, these are not going to be those big, intense tornado producers from like April 26th last year. These are going to be a little bit, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a better word that's not relaxed, but these shouldn't be intense tornado producers today. That day was yesterday. And Blair's pretty far north and east. So you guys are right on the extreme northeastern edge of this tornado risk. Like, if you go about 12 miles north of Blair, you're out of the tornado watch. So they included you in the threat for a reason, but you are, you know, kind of in a lower threat area, especially right now. It's probably pretty cool there, 63 degrees with a 62 dew point just south of there. That's not a tornado environment at the moment. That should change throughout the day, but you know, I have a tough time believing that there's going to be more than 1 or 2 tornado producing storms today. So we've got this here. We've got a couple little scud lowerings going up here. Might go north to Chapman. I can't tell if the storm is right on the boundary or if it appears to be moving more north than it was earlier, but if it hands off the mesocyclone down here, we're looking good. But another big scud bomb here rising into the space. There's a little wall cloud trying to form right there, guys. Looking northwest right now. Pretty ragged, but it's a sign we're moving in the right direction here. Why am I on digital velocity? What the heck am I doing? Little scuddy base there. But as these things start to drop more and more rain, they should go a little further east, just being pushed by the outflow. Trying to quickly condense a wall cloud off to our west here, northwest. Probably on the east side of Grand Island is where this is. Where that thing's over right now. I think we're gonna go north of Chapman here in a minute. Things seem to be slowly moving in the right way. We keep getting a couple setbacks, but overall things seem to be moving a little more towards tornado just over time here. 77 over 65 is really nice. Yeah, see that wall cloud's already starting to become more ragged and lose its identity there. Make sure everything's correct here. I need to switch the stream location to be like Nebraska here. There we go, chat. There we go. It's looking pretty spicy out here. New storm trying to form just to our northwest. This is probably what that wall cloud was forming on there. Just this, I'll zoom out a little more so you can see. We're getting inflow into this. That scud's right where you'd expect a wall cloud to form. Just a little linear at the moment. Why are they forming and then going straight north though? These storms are literally developing and then just taking a left turn. Yeah, we need right turns, guys. We don't want left turns for storm chasing today. My request for storm chasing mode timed out. I gotta restart my radar up here. That wall cloud blew up quickly and fell apart quickly. There we go. But, you know, it's encouraging to see at least a couple storms staying alive just on the cool side of the boundary. I still think we're in business. Just going a little slower than I expected here. How do you find the time for chasing with work and other stuff? Chasing takes a whole lot of time, right? I work completely remote. So, and I'm also self-employed. So I just, you know, I can get work done at my hotel. I can get work done. You know, I work a lot more on the other parts of the year. So, basically unlimited chase time in the spring and summer as much as I want. So, Springfield, Nebraska. Let's see where Springfield's at. I don't remember where that place is at. Springfield, Nebraska. Oh, okay, southwest of Omaha. Right now you're doing fine. These storms are quite a ways away from you. They should move eastward over time here with this boundary. But it's definitely not a higher end tornado threat today up here. We're probably going to have a couple, maybe a strong tornado or two at most. But only maybe one or two supercells are going to be able to move off this boundary to even attempt that. So right now, I think places like, Marquette, Central City, Clark, Silver Creek, Duncan, and Columbus are a little bit higher tornado threat than especially eastern Nebraska right now. Although Lincoln is starting to heat up there, but the storms are still very far away from there. Do not like how these things seem to be forming and then turning north. Yeah, Holly, I'm pretty lucky to be in my in my situation. It's basically configured perfect for storm chasing. So I'm kind of lucky because as of now, storm chasing is not my full-time job. So, but it means I have a lot of work to do the rest of the year. So I have some long work days then, and I'll do 60, 70 hours a lot of weeks in the off season. But so for the most part, my chase time's somewhat decompressing. I think we're about to have to go north here. I just am not a fan of how these storms are seemingly lifting north once they form. Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Let's check out Plattsmouth. We are also in eastern Nebraska. It's going to be a long time before this tornado threat reaches you, if it does at all. You are kind of on the eastern edge of the risk there, just south of Omaha. There is maybe a tornado threat there later on, but most of these storms right now are going to be moving northeast and should go north of there. It just depends on if something can form further south right now. But you're looking okay for the next couple hours. You're still a little cold there for tornadoes. Once that temperature hits about probably 72 degrees is when stuff starts to open up. Once the cloud cover starts to go away a little bit. But again, there's no storms in that vicinity at the moment. So we're gonna go up to US 30 here. Sat in one place for long enough, I think. Just see if we can't get something to move ahead here. Keep getting new updraft formation on this boundary, so just the fact that everything's turning north of the boundary, that's concerning me. But they turned that way and they're intensifying, so once they intensify, they should take a more left or more right turn here. Fix your guys' angle there. Deceptive today about how much the skies look like they're ready to produce a tornado, just with the cloud fields and everything, but how the wind profiles in the boundary interaction are holding it at bay. If this boundary was bent back about 10 degrees, 15 degrees, even 20 degrees to the left, there would be tornadoes. It's just very vertical, very north-south, very meridional. I still think we're going to get some. There's such a large window of time and such a large space where stuff might occur. What is going on up here? There's a lot of construction on this road. Trying to find a way to go east so I can go around. But honestly, probably not going to work. Probably not enough time. Bit of a wet road, but at least it's not super muddy. Over 67 now at Aurora. Wind's backed even more now. backing winds probably are not our friend here, but we got a pretty nice storm here developing near Archer. If it can deviate eastward, that's probably going to be our storm. With another updraft merging in from the south, that should help us go east. We're going to rely on mergers to get these storms out east today. Man, I picked the wrong road, didn't I? This is a pain. What's going on here? Are you guys stopping, or what are we doing? I have no idea what's going on. We're just gonna go with it. Probably gonna be the storm of the day for us to the north, heading towards Archer. Yeah, we got a big meaty supercell trying to go up there. Once this merger completes, it should be large enough to right turn and move off. That's hoping that the base should, there's no way any left mover should survive today for very long. Thank you so much for the $5 donation, Holly. I really appreciate it. Pepper, I'm a bit conflicted about chasing full time because I don't really care much about like blizzards and stuff. I don't usually chase that. I'm basically exclusively like tornadoes, supercells, you know, so it would leave me with a pretty boring 2/3 of the year. This storm should go north of the Omaha area, Chris, so I'm not sure that you're going to need a storm to form a little further south for Omaha to be a super big threat here, because this is going to pass north of there. But things are starting to turn here, I think. Been kind of slow for a little bit, but we got a big supercell that's just barely hanging on right on the boundary. Might be going north just because it's sitting on the boundary. Pipeline construction, that's got to be what it is. Sunset photos off this road. Maybe we even have to go further north towards Fullerton. Have maps set to just east of Central City right now. Roads are a little slick today, but not awful. I think I'm seeing some scud rising out ahead. Once these mergers complete, our storm might be big enough to move off. It looked like it was on life support for a little bit there. Got a big V-shaped supercell ongoing here. Crossing here at the Chapman Bridge. If I remember right, there's a couple spots you can just drive down. Maybe not this bridge, maybe it's a different bridge. The Platte River's looking a tad low right now. Someone once said the Platte River was like a mile wide and an inch deep. It's not a very deep river. Here to 30, and then we're going to go north. We're falling a little behind here, watching these other updrafts with their random pop-up wall clouds. But things aren't moving too fast today. 30 miles per hour, not terrible. Zoom in a tad more for you guys. This thing is like right on the edge from get the Chapman, go northeast towards Central City, Clark's, maybe head up towards Fullerton or Genoa. What do you mean that river was a desert? Yeah, it's the Platte River. I think we'll see in the Lincoln area tonight. That all depends on how many storms form down there. It's looking right now that there hasn't really been anything forming further south just yet. But later on, you guys could see some pretty nasty storms, although I wouldn't be surprised to see if you have nothing. Not everyone's going to get a severe thunderstorm today or a tornado warning today. So we are almost at Chapman. We're going to blast northeast here. We've got a storm trying to just get its act together. It's been kind of a slow burner here. Been kind of a slow burn. We are almost at 200 likes, guys. I'd really appreciate it if you hit that like button for me. It really helps us out here trying to grow the channel. We are live every day that we can possibly chase. And even some days when we probably shouldn't be chasing. just put out a special weather statement for our storm here. We're gonna get up towards Fullerton, Nebraska here. These storms are moving pretty quickly to the northeast. Could go, yeah, I want to get to Fullerton to cross the river. Be there in about a half an hour. Storm will be at Fullerton in about 20 minutes, so we're a little bit behind the storm, but once these mergers finish up, should be set here. See these big clouds here, proving that instability is not a concern. A little over that way. Our storm's just over here. See that base over there? Right on the cold side of the front. But it is still drawing in air, this warm air here, otherwise it would not be alive right now. Towards Fullerton here, about 7 miles. Extended a tornado watch now down into North Texas. There's a couple supercells there just north near Ardmore, Oklahoma, and then also one in northern Texas, probably near the Wichita Falls area. Just southeast of Wichita Falls, severe warned supercell in Texas. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings down into southern Oklahoma, northeastern Oklahoma, now moving into southeastern Kansas. We are on a storm here with a special weather statement. As this thing continues to mature, yeah, echo tops are blowing up, our storms are moving into the environment. It just can't get too far north where things are looking a little stable. Columbus is 72/76 though, so St. Edward. Yeah, destabilized probably just up to St. Edward right now. We gotta get north here, sat on that flank for too long. Chat. We'll get to Fullerton just after the storm, and then we'll be north of that river, make it a lot easier to chase this guy. Just gotta cross a lot of rivers, a lot of river crossings. The Loop River. no, Sea Gamer. That should be it for you today. This should be the last round of severe storms for you. You are done for today. Thank you guys so much for hitting that 200 like goal. I do appreciate it, y'all. I do appreciate each and every one of you for joining me. Had a bit of a rough chase yesterday where we were out of position, the big wedges near Scott City, Kansas, and then we eventually pulled up and were almost hit by that tornado that hit I-70 in Grinnell, Kansas. That was one of the loudest tornadoes I've ever heard, that Grinnell tornado. Just the unmistakable roar, and we knew it was close when starting to get twigs hitting our windshield. And crops. Miles. Funny story about this gas station. When I filled up here in 2022 once, I caused a spill because it didn't stop. It wasn't too bad, but not even like I left the pump by itself. It just started overflowing. So I don't really fill up at that gas station anymore if I can help it. I'm a little gun shy now about that one. There's a Lightning McQueen car like somewhere on this highway. I think it's a little further up though. And they got like a semi truck painted too. What was that guy? What was the semi trucks that hauled McQueen around? Mac. It was Mac. I was thinking Dak, but I'm like, no, that's the wrong series. Mac. Is there always the scooters here? I don't remember that scooters being there. I knew they were building that dentist. I had no idea what that building was. They were building that. There was another Dairy Queen here. They rebuilt this. Turned left on the 17th. I remember the first time I came through this town, there was like a weird little intersection here and it confused me so much. And I would just wrong turn here all the time. We're gonna turn left here on the 14 North, which I'm not sure what's going on here, guys. Not sure if I can legally go around them, but left at this next one, so not this first one. You kidding me? Oh well, it is what it is. Not missing anything yet. Not missing anything yet here. Storm is really blowing up now though, guys. I think we're in business. I want to get across Fullerton because I don't want to have to go all the way up to Genoa. I don't think it's going to right turn that much. I mean, a couple of degrees today in wind direction is the difference between tornado and not. It's just absurd to think about, like, such a small little change here. Always fun to see a semi barreling at you like that. And another one. We're gonna a little over the white line. Back up a tad. There we go. Man. That's the view half the time when you're driving in southeast Colorado and a semi passes in a no passing zone. Here we go, guys. Severe warning should be issued for this puppy shortly. Continues to grow, continues to mature. Is my radar broken? I think my radar broke, guys. Because that is not accurate. Hold on. I'm going to do some fixing here. I was going to say, I was wondering what looks so off about radar. It's been happening to me the past 2 days. Switch to satellite. Switch to radar, switch to velocity, switch to reflectivity, switch to velocity. And hope that that fixes it. I was doing that yesterday too, but I think I did solve it. Sorry about that. I just realized that it's completely outdated. So you can see that big storm underneath us there. There we go. There we go. Our radar just updated now. And we're getting a hook echo right in front of us, guys. Oh boy, this is classic, classic, classic. Look at that. Look at how low that is over there. Might have to go down towards Silver Creek. We got a lot of options though. River crossings, there's literally Fullerton and Genoa, but we got a low Scuddy base now, guys. That's a bit more like what we were looking to see here. Like we're getting a nice RFD surge. Should turn that storm to be a little more east. That might even be a little low wall cloud tucked back in there. I'm not sure why radar was not updating there for a bit. We definitely got rotation right now. We got weak rotation. Right there, there's some weak rotation. Got weakly, rising, rotating scud. Getting a surge, still looks a little off. Look at that back there. No, I see more rotation with this stuff over here than I do that. I'll point you guys forward and try and find a stop here. Yeah, this stuff down here is starting to get a little interesting. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our storm now. Yeah, it's just a big outflow surge now. It should take our storm a little further east. Pretty close to tornado time, guys. Gonna get a little further north here. Definitely outflow dominant at the moment. Was that Greg? I think it was Greg. We're gonna go a mile north and then a mile east and then start going north. Escalates quickly with these supercells, especially in this thermodynamic environment. Had a couple wall clouds here. The storm's definitely starting to move a little more east now, and that's going to give it the space it needs from the boundary to potentially produce a couple tornadoes here in the short term. Definitely a pretty rainy storm still though at the moment, so we might just have to go up by Genoa. This all down here is flanking line. The main thing is going to be back there. Tucked in the rain at the moment. Maybe not, maybe just off there. I'm out of wiper fluid. Definitely some roads we can take east, and then we can go north at Genoa. Problem is mostly going to be one, how rainy these roads are. Two, if this thing can move off the boundary. We've got a little hook echo here in front of us, chat. Big downdraft here. Almost go time. Just back behind the rain there is where we're really looking. It was a little off with what I showed you guys earlier, but we might have a little lowering tucked back in there. No real rotation on radar at the moment, and not really anything clear to me visually here. What are we severe warned for? Severe warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Could realistically probably get to Fullerton before this storm. Just this annoying part of the river. There's one crossing between Fullerton, or one crossing, two crossings, and they're 13 miles apart. So we got to be really picky here. like gonna split the road, which is really gonna be just a pain. I think we want to get north real quick though. And got a little lowering back here in the rain. Couple little lowerings in there. That one's got some weak rotation on it. So they both have weak rotation, so still needs a minute, it feels like. And this one seems a little rough. That one is starting to spin even more. But that one's in the more classic spot. Yeah, I think it's probably gonna be this guy right here. Got a rotating lowering here. Yeah, that just got blasted by outflow. Don't see any ground swirls yet, chat. But look, we're getting strong rising motion there now. I'm gonna set you down for one moment here. Starting to get rotation now on radar. Still looks a little linear. Got a road up here about just a little bit. Still need this RFD to bow out a little more than what we're getting. Watching for a tornado to develop right in front of us here. Got some definite rotation. But we're almost exactly in the path here, so. Thing's cranking though. Got a funnel, chat. Here it goes. We have a funnel right now, guys. Very weak funnel cloud. Don't see any ground circulation. Oh, it's on the ground. We have a tornado. Tornado on the ground, chat. We have a weak tornado right now. We have a weak tornado on the ground, just to our south. I just saw a debris whirl here. We have a weak tornado. Very, very weak. I don't see it now. I'm gonna update my report to be a funnel, or to be a tornado. Yeah. Hopefully we caught that. Yep, I think it's time to go. We're gonna go south here. Follow it through the RFD. Here's where it crossed right there. There's a, maybe that's damp. I think there's a little bit damp right in front of us, guys. Hopefully we caught that on stream, guys, but there was a little ground squirrel. Don't see a funnel cloud anymore, but we did have one, chat. Alright, chat, sorry about that. Sorry about that, chat, we're back. Those hail cores like to cut out. We have a new little wall cloud forming to our north, it looks like. Our storm's definitely starting to deviate a little more east. We're just getting issues now with too many storms, but we do have a new rotating wall cloud back to our northwest. I'm going to show you guys that. Probably best that we didn't cross at Fullerton. We'll get a good view from here along the like, I don't know who that was. We're about to get a new tornado. It's a little rain wrapped right now, chat, but we just had a brief ground swirl there underneath the funnel. And about a mile. Wait, which way am I? Oh, I was gonna say, like, about half mile, we're gonna go north. This thing's really picking up. Right where that car turned down there. It was down, I saw a dirt swirl for about 20 seconds. guys, here we go again. Next cycle already. I'll just hold you guys. Why not? A little rain wrapped, but we are kind of in a bad spot relative to the hook. Find a better way to show you guys, but we've got a really low wall cloud tucked back right in there. Strongly drawing air in there, rising motion and weak rotation on it. Worried it just got smashed by outflow, but looks like it may have just taken a hit from outflow, guys. But we're getting an inflow band forming now, or a little shelf cloud from the outflow. Not completely sure which it is right now. Getting a little messy already. We might have to go south. Go east towards Central City, back where we came from. Chat, I think we're gonna have to go south because things are getting messy up here. Got multiple cells forming. We're starting to try and rain into our storm here. Can't see anything here with the trees. But we did have a confirmed tornado there for a little bit. Not very long lived, but it was there. How am I in a conga line? I'm on a random dirt road. There's a rain-wrapped wall cloud back there, guys. And then we've got the new cycle trying to form right here in front of us. Both deserve watching. Strong rising motion on this stuff right here. Can't tell if it's from outflow or not. It very well might be. All right, this seems to be healthy mix. This road is not fun, chat. I think it is going to be a bit more, it's more tornadic than anything. Yeah, we did observe a brief ground swirl, so we're at tornado number 1. Yeah, no, that's a developing wall cloud for sure. Let's get to a good viewing spot here. Tight little wall cloud right in front of us. Still pretty elongated though. Seems like we might be dealing with pure outflow, but it is in the right spot as it starts to shift to a more classic location here. Hopefully, so the stream is on 1080p, but the video is actually recording in 4K. So I'm hoping we caught that swirl there. Looking a little rough right now. Seems outflow dominant to me. Yeah, it just looks like a big shelf. That rotation's gone. Yeah, this thing's really coming towards us here now. It's moving almost southeast. Or straight east even, which I would not complain about. But if that's the case, it's time to get going east here. Got a Nebraska chaser behind me. Little HP right now though. Really only visible stuff from the notch. You can see, try and wrap up right here. But right now it's mostly shelf. Miles east. I've got the stop sign, big man. There we go. There's our tornado warning. I can't tell if we're looking. I mean, that's really far north relative to how everything looks on reflectivity, but then further west is not as low. We just observed a brief tornado south of Fullerton, Nebraska. That was the weakest little dirt whirly I've seen in a long time. I wonder if that warning's really for that rain-wrapped thing back there. In which case, there's no way we're going to find that. I'm going to tilt you guys a little more so you're not looking at the over here, and we're going to brighten you up. There we go, and then we got to set everything to fixed. Perfect. Roads are a little rough, but they're definitely serviceable. Just got to slow down. Pull that video. Somewhat outflow dominant at the moment. I think we may have nudged into a quick tornado there. pause you guys for one moment because that's the only way I can get that dirt whirl off the stream. Because I don't even know if 1080 could pick it up. It was so weak. I think 4K probably got it. I literally had a tornado off this road earlier in the year. Well, I guess earlier last year now. Wow. Change right now. Here we go. Back chat. Definitely going linear though, guys. I'm worried we got to get southeast. So what I think we're gonna do is go a little further east here and go north. But I'm thinking that we're just gonna have a bunch of mess up here north now. We've initiated a ton of storms all of a sudden, and I really like those storms south. Like, I think probably that Central City storm is probably the next great candidate here. This thing is low to the ground, though. Here, we're gonna go north here shortly. I have to get that weak tornado. It was just a weak one, so I guess it doesn't matter if it's too delayed. Very low storm. Worried we're running into the foggy air mass up here. Nope, not doing that road. Roads further north are definitely muddier than they were down south. Getting a little far out ahead of ourselves though. Could be either of these. I mean, I think we'll just sit east and stay on this storm until we get a better indication. It's much easier to go south today than it is to go north. I really don't want to have to drive all the way to Nebraska 39. Yeah, we're looking a little outflow dominant at the moment. Where is this road at? That was it. Mile up here. Farther back than I'd like to be, but that river crossing and these roads are just not helping us. Storm we're looking at now, chat. Maybe a little wall cloud tucked in the rain back there. This road's not bad. I can turn on four-wheel drive shortly though, and then we've got several roads that will take us east here. A little mud fest here now. Most of this is not recent, but dried out a little less than I would like. Still not as bad as that road we were on in Kansas yesterday, though. Big wall cloud to develop here. Things are looking a little bit more classical, but it's still very rain wrapped. We might have a funnel. I want to go up one more mile because that rain's going to just obscure our view from back there shortly from this far south. Here is our little wall cloud there. Still pretty shelfy though to the north. But it might be something right there in the rain on the left. Get you guys back here. Woo. I love mud. Yeah, it looks like we have a new wall cloud trying to rotate now. But I think that Central City is probably what we want to be on soon. And it's really nice. We can just go like east to Silver Creek and we're on it. Woo. Who's this? Where's Ryan at? Is this Ryan? This has got to be Ryan. I can tell because of the no bumper. Yeah, it was down, by the way.
I never saw it.
It was the shortest dirt wall I've ever seen. It's muddy, so that hurt it, but
Yeah. Good old Nebraska right now.
yeah, I'm wondering if I need to go south to get one storm south because this is getting HP.
It's not bad. I'm not complaining.
Yeah, no.
What? I don't know. Like, this is a little close to home right now, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting anything too strong though.
No, it's still.
I think I'm gonna go down towards Silver Creek and then go down 30 to get on that Central City storm because
Every single one of them.
yeah, I think the ones in the middle are probably gonna be best today just with nudging, but all right, I'll see ya.
Yep, see you, man.
I might turn around here. Big thunder clap chat. Guy wants to get in front. Is there anywhere I can go? Thank you. We're gonna go one storm down, I think. highest echoes. But this is as of 10 minutes ago, so we should be getting a new echo top scan in a minute here. But I'm willing to bet that southern stuff is going to be a little better here. Either way, we're going to get to this highway. I don't like these mud roads. They're not horrible, but they're not great. Just getting really HP back there. Maddie zoom in on the stream on the radar app. Hey, can you help me just zoom into the radar app because my zoom thing's broken? I can't hear anything. Do you see the radar app on the screen? Yeah. Just press the plus button on the keyboard. The plus button. How? There's a plus button on the keyboard.
I know I'm looking at the keyboard. Where on the keyboard?
Send me a picture of it. That's because I have a weird keyboard, guys.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You're the worst.
My bad.
Now they're gonna think that I'm an idiot.
No, I told them I've got a bad keyboard. I got a weird keyboard. It's not a bad keyboard. It's just a
I
weird
just
keyboard.
don't know where it is. I see it up and down. Let's see.
They're on the top left.
Oh, is it?
Did it zoom in?
No.
Press hold shift and then press that button.
Doesn't do anything.
What?
It
You're
doesn't do
joking.
anything.
Can you FaceTime me?
Yeah.
Weird. I don't know why that's not working then. All right, guys. Should have zoomed in there. We're gonna go south here. This storm up north is getting messy. Whoa, what's with the focus? What's with the focus? What is wrong with the... Why does it look apocalyptic? I was gonna say, that was weird. Sorry, Chad, I accidentally showed you the apocalypse there. Let us go south here, guys. A lot of mess up here. A lot of mess. Yeah, that Hardville storm's gonna go next. That Hampton one might go too. Sorry guys, it's been a minute since I checked chat. Thank you so much, Clay, for the $5. I appreciate that. And there's another donation. Thank you, B Smiley, for the $4. I appreciate that. Yes, Ryan Hall can use the stream for today, just for today. Sorry about that, guys. I had my girlfriend fixing the radar zoom there. So now we're a little bit more in on the action here. Yeah, that north stuff's getting messy. We might even have to go all the way down towards Benedict and Stromsburg. Radar should be a little bit more tight now. Let's go to Silver Creek. I got a bunch of photos near this. There's an abandoned grain silo down here. Got some good shots of it. Actually, that might be a mile before Silver Creek. That's the first time I've seen Ryan on this trip. I've been out for like a week. A little under a week, because we had, the first day was what? So there was May 18 was yesterday. 17 was Paul's Valley that I missed. May 16 was Southeast Missouri. May 15 was Western Minnesota. May 14 was North Platte. So I've been out for only about 5 days. We are gonna go south, chat. Sorry, I wasn't looking. I was trying to get my radar figured out, and then yeah, North Storm's getting rained out. It's gonna be one of these southern two now, down by Henderson, Benedict. Allegedly a 79 over 70 at York, which is a very juicy environment down there. Hey, Greg is up here. I did see Greg. Yeah, for whatever reason, my radar zoom in, zoom out's broken, and I have no idea why. Darn. I want to edit some of this, but those storms are finally starting to unzip south here. We're going either to that Hordeville storm, or we're going all the way down to the Henderson storm. Northern one's getting rainy, and I bet that Hordeville one gets pretty rainy here very quickly. Gotta pull that photo and make a real report later. Yeah, it's gonna be this storm northwest of Polk, Nebraska, or that storm near Henderson. I think we'll get on this Hordeville storm first, because we might get a nudge NATO here from that storm interaction. I'd be really lucky if iCloud would back up that old photo, but that's not happening. Yeah, there was also some looked like some minor damage there. Which one's it gonna be, guys? Which one? All these storms are about equal echo tops. This one's got the largest right now, so I think we're just gonna try this guy. We'll get down to, what highway is this? Get down to 92 and go west. Or we could probably honestly go west now. They're way south. We're gonna go west now. As this thing moves close to us, you can kind of see the base way off down there. These are some very low storms thanks to that high moisture, big cape. Alright, you can't quite go 60 on this road. It's a little muddy for that. I'm gonna go down about 45, 50-ish. definite little wall cloud back there. Very ragged though. Maybe got some inflow there too. But south looks really nice too, guys. I don't quite know which one I want to do right now. South looks like it just went outflow dominant. But this one looks outflow dominant as well. Alright, I think we're going to go back to the highway and then we're going to go down south to that southern one. 79 over 70 down there is calling my name. Alright, 1.5 miles, we'll turn here. Thank you, Grifter, for the 279 Canadian. I appreciate that. Thank you. Goofy, we did have a weak little tornado it had to be about 30, 45 minutes ago. Oh, a little over an hour, or a little under an hour ago. About 2:30. Had a very, very weak ground circulation. And it was probably only down 15, 20 seconds at most. Slow down a lot sooner than I anticipated because that mud was no joke on that turn there. Alright, chat, looking that way. No, I know it's a little annoying. I'll just show you guys what we're looking at. Not a lowering back there, but again, looking outflow dominant already. So I think we're just going to go ahead and jump straight down to that last storm there. So you can see, not super interesting, but it is very low thanks to all this moisture up here today. So we're just gonna go down south. Let's get south. Stay off that mud. There we go. As long as we got 2 tires on the dry stuff, we're fine. Just worried about this hill up here. Looks a little muddy. Man, these dirt roads have not been as friendly as I feel like they have been in years past. fast enough. See our new target storm up there. We need to turn off the scouting target thing because we're already on our target. If that lady made it through here, I'm sure I'm fine to make it all the way through. We've already had a weak tornado. Wonder if that guy south is looking rough here too, but for different reasons. Very HP up here, just due to all these storms going up. Yeah, they issued another mesoscale discussion for our area here. See what they have to say. Issued a red tornado areas for the best tornado potential over the next couple hours. They highlight our storms and then they highlight those storms on the Nebraska-Kansas border down there. I don't like the way it's looking up here though. I wonder if we could make it down there. It's a pretty far drive though because we're north of 80 and those storms are already going up. They're going to probably be close to Fall City. They are moving northeast though. Alright. Can we make it on this dirt road? How far down can we go? We're set. Just going to go this way. I think that storm, that immediate storm to our west is very outflow dominant. I don't see any tornadic structure to that guy. Just gonna keep going down the line here. Yeah, how far south would it take us to get to, or how long would it take us to get to, I don't know, like Elk Creek, Nebraska? Location 2. Elk Creek, Nebraska. It's gonna be about 2 hours away. Yeah, a little over 2 hours away. Storms are not doing too bad though. Just messes everywhere. Glad our thing shoots in 4K, otherwise to prove that tornado later. Now the question becomes, do we stay on this stuff? Which that storm near Hampton looks pretty nice. It just seems like it went a little outflow dominant down there. Down just west of Benedict, Nebraska. So we get an isolated storm here. Should be good, but that Kansas stuff isn't looking half bad either. It's making me rethink where we're gonna be here. Another severe warned supercell, leaving these two northern guys in the dust here. tornado threat over the next few hours down in Kansas. That other target I was talking about. No warnings up for that yet. But I like this storm down here too. That by the time we get down there it's going to be done, but we do have what appears to be a little wall cloud trying to form down here, so I think we're just going to stay on this guy for a minute. Yeah, we got a wall cloud trying to form right there. Definitely an outflow surge caused that, but if I can wrap up here, I'm seeing strong rising motion on that thing right there, guys. And we're really far away. Yeah, a little rotation down there near Hampton now for that guy. Big wall cloud forming right in front of us. Set on our ability to get down to those dry line storms in Kansas. It's a big wall cloud now, guys. Outflow base right now, but a lot of times that just signals you're getting an RFD surge. Looks really nice on radar. Just a little bit of a wide thing down there, but they're calling for that strong tornado threat there in North Kansas, southeastern Nebraska. So I think we'll stay on this guy as long as we can justify it, and then we'll try and get the heck east. This is a pretty mean storm though. That RFD, that's a nasty RFD surge down there actually. So the wall cloud is actually probably more on the right there, and that's just a symptom of that RFD surge. They just tornado, oh never mind, I lied. That was for somewhere else. I'm expecting a tornado warning on this guy pretty quickly though. Alright, we're passing underneath here. Then we're gonna zigzag to it a little bit. Here it is right there, big supercell. supercell here, but it's looking pretty outflow dominant at the moment. We'll see if we can stick around just for a moment, see if that changes. Effect. Yeah, this guy's looking outflowy at the moment. A lot of cold air rushing away from the storm. Yeah, looking a little rough. The question is, do we stick up here and do we jump all the way down? I think those Kansas storms are going to go up super quickly here, though. In northeast Kansas. Get a better read on that mesoscale discussion. Shoot about 20 minutes ago. I am going to need to get gas soon. I'm at about a quarter of a tank. This guy's going to drive east here with this outflow. Yeah. This guy's driving east here. I think we'll go down south a little more just because I'm thinking that this is going to take just a bit of an eastward jog and we're going to probably start to get rained on here in a moment. No real clear hook yet. Covers into that second county by Pawnee City. To me, this guy looks really just outflow. Explains the drop in storm heights here. But if it catches this outflow, which is really close to us, it would try and produce a tornado just to our southwest. It just seems like it's getting blasted right now. No, so that becomes the question. Do we try and make it down to Kansas? think we have to. I don't see anything indicating a tornado soon from this guy. The only thing that can help is if it catches its outflow, which it may be doing, but that is just driving away from this storm here. All right, yep. Time to go east, I guess. And then probably down into Kansas, southeast Nebraska. Calling for a strong tornado threat there. Not sure how long that's gonna last, but probably gonna be better than this outflow stuff up here. Out, it seems like a lot of cold air. I think this guy's about done. But apparently a new echo top just appeared on top here, so I think we'll start sliding east, but within room to come back. I mean, usually when I see something like this, the odds that it catches its outflow are about 20%. About 20%, chat. So I think we might just try and get down to Kansas. Thank you again, Grifter, for the 279. We hit our goal. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I might be able to make it in to Kansas in time. Northeast Kansas, southeast Nebraska. It's just a bit of a haul, so I think we're gonna get a move on here. Because this guy is just linear right now. Just a linear supercell storm complex type thing behind us. Very messy back there. Yeah, this thing's just outflow's racing off this guy, so we're gonna go down to set our sights toward the Falls City, Nebraska area. Hopefully intercept a storm before that. Still though, that echo top on the boundary is a little intriguing. We're close enough, and the storm's going east-ish anyway. Let's go. See NATO cast. radar. It might be trying to catch the boundary, the outflow here. A little appendage there. Guys, just for one moment. One moment. If we are getting an updraft to develop here, this doesn't look horrible, but zoom you guys out a little bit so you can see. Outflow to the south is slowed. It's still moving pretty quickly, honestly. I do see a tower, though. I do see a tower way up there, guys. Can you even see? Just like way up there, there is like a sharp edge of a storm tower. So it makes me wonder if this is going to try to catch up to itself. But it's fallen behind all this cold air. That little appendage is going to be just back to our west there. Kind of surprised that it went outflow dominant given how much moisture there is. Unless the boundary just sped up. Just give me one more scan. Okay, echo tops have blown up on the south side. It's catching its outflow. Big broad appendage just here to our west. You might just stick with this guy. No real interactions with this yet, but just feels like these smaller updrafts just gets absolutely pulled north today. But we'd probably be expecting a tornado just over there. I mean, I see a storm tower sitting on top of this. It's trying to catch it. Just gonna keep going east, I guess, because there's a highway up here anyway that I would want to take to keep up with this thing. But I'm really weighing going south. They are calling for strong tornadoes, and the main reason I'm not going down there is just because of how far away it is. Somebody reported tornado 346, cone tornado 5 miles west-southwest. From what? Who reported that? Were they talking about the little outflow thing we saw? This thing can hold on here. It's got great potential, but there are a couple storms. I mean, those are looking pretty similar to down here, honestly, with the way that they're merging together. Looking pretty distressed. problem is there's just a lot of storms around it. Like we might merge into a giant storm here, but I wish that we had an ob. Like, I wonder what that Nelson storm's doing. Because this guy still looks very outflow, although it does look maybe a little better. But that could also be, could be that storm that we skipped taking over here. It's got the highest storm tops. South, and I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, I think by the time we get south, it's going to be just like it is up here. And I don't want to jump off this tail end storm. I think yesterday it worked out, but those Scott City ones were in an obviously better environment, and they produced wedge tornadoes. These guys aren't quite in that environment, so. Go continue east here, but we're just gonna call this our storm for the day, I think. It's getting very messy though in Oklahoma. I'm kind of glad I didn't go 4 hours from down there. At least we had something up here. Seems like that storm's caught the boundary or outflow or whatever it was behind. Just want to see those storm tops just blow up shortly. Let's go north to keep with it. My water. I think this is gonna be the one for us, guys. Tilt you back this way. Very low to the ground right now, chat. I think I see the boundary back, the main boundary back further west. So this storm's definitely off the boundary at least. It's just outflow dominant right now, and given the moisture and the instability in place, I don't think it's going to be too tough to change that. Now the main problem is going to be all those storms tucked back behind it. We're approaching this storm right now. Decided to stay up here, not abandon our initial target. The environments are pretty similar. The only difference is boundary orientation and storm orientation up here. And then crossing the road in front of us. Still a little outflow dominant, but it continues to look better. Gonna get north to Stromsburg and then go east. Yeah, it could be that other one too. There's one further north. Its Echo Tops just jumped as well. Might go east a little early. It's really low to the ground. Just gonna wait for continued reorganization as the storm continues to. Excuse me, Expedia. Oh, we got a detour up here anyway, so we're just gonna go east up here. Alrighty, chat. We're gonna stay with it. I do think there's going to be some big tornadoes down there, northeastern Kansas, but they're running into the same mess problems. But that lead storm near Blue Rapids and Marysville might be able to assert itself here shortly. I wonder if this storm's just getting merged into this northern one. Might get a big nasty complex. Zoom you guys in. Sorry, I forgot that the guy was visible when I had it really high up like that. There you go. There you go, chat. Big mess today. I think that northeast Kansas thing might have the best shot, but it still doesn't look perfect. There's no way we make it there. There is a storm coming out of the southeast or southwest though. Again, outflow dominant already though. At the next available road. We'll give it actually 2 more roads. Turn on a Q road. Q road. Good choice going north. Way too crowded near Oklahoma. Worst is in Monroe with tornado warning. Damaging rainfall, strong thunder. Yeah, I didn't like that target down there, crowded and messy, but I honestly felt like there was going to be a little bit more window for discrete convection up here, but we've already moved past that point, and I think we're getting a couple mergers. It's messy everywhere today. It's just the only difference with up here is there's not as much traffic, but we might get a big tornado or two once the storm merges north. like there's very obviously rotation trying to develop northwest or north of Stromsburg, southeast of Silver Creek as the storm merges in. Oh boy. What the heck is this? I think our storm right now is going to merge into that in-between storm, and that in-between storm is probably going to be a big HP monster that takes over. That's how it seems to me right now. Yeah, tornado watch is out everywhere, from all the way up from Plainview, Nebraska, all the way as far south as Weatherford, Texas. So they issued a severe thunderstorm watch for northern Missouri, southern Iowa. Do we go all the way to the highway before we go north? It's 5 miles. We're going to go down to the highway, I think, before we go north, because I have a feeling that northern storm is going to take off and wrap up and use that southern storm as inflow. That's my feeling. Dang. I mean, we did have a tornado today, but it wasn't very good. Another thing I got to be mindful here is gas. Already at a quarter of a tank. Gonna have to go north towards Columbus for gas here shortly. Is there anywhere else like close by that's got gas? Oh, there's a Cenex up here. Hopefully it's a real one. Go get gas here. I'm at a quarter of a tank. Although I'm getting like, lately I've been getting like almost 30 miles a gallon, so not complaining about that at all. Yeah, I think this southern tip of the complex we're on is going to be the guy. Just going to be really messy. That's the name of the game today, though, is mess. Messes everywhere. Yeah, it looks like there's a big meaty supercell near Silver Creek wrapping up right now with a little tinier supercell on the flank being wrapped in. Not be surprised to get a tornado report or a tornado warning southwest of Duncan, Nebraska. There might be a big rain wrap tornado trying to develop in there. I think our storm's definitely being absorbed north, so maybe we can absorb north and then our stuff stops initiating and we lose, we move out of that HP mode. Kind of wishful thinking, but it is possible. Cars like you can drive 70 miles till you need more gas. It doesn't make any sense because I drove 300 miles to get it down to a quarter of a tank. So it lies to me. Potentially a little circulation trying to develop north of Stromsburg now, but I would not be surprised to get a tornado warning It's developing. Following closely from Belgium. How do you visualize the radar and annotation on the live screen? Any special software or just OBS? Yeah, mine's just OBS. I have a little special app that I wrote that'll like let me zoom in and out and change stuff, but it's broken. It's broken for the zooming in and out. So I can do like switch to velocity, switch to satellite, but it's broken for my other products. So like we'll switch to velocity. Might have something trying to wrap up to our north there, guys. Maybe her doing that lets me zoom in and out now. Hey, the zoom's fixed. Let's go, chat. She just had to select it. Now it's fixed. Perfect. So I can show you what's going on here. Getting messy, but still trying to wrap up here. That's storm's back there in the rain. I think this guy's being pulled into the north from a stronger storm. It's just getting really annoyingly messy. My girlfriend fixed the zoom. You guys can thank Maddie. So we got a live loop playing of these severe thunderstorms moving through Nebraska right now. Switch you guys out to velocity here and we'll run that same loop. So you can kind of see the evolution of the wind fields here. But somewhere over here, probably a nasty rain wrap circulation trying to get its act together. Almost. Back to reflectivity and zoom in here. Yeah, it might just be pure outflow, but you might get something to wrap up there on the northern edge of that, southeast of Silver Creek, northwest of Shelby. Somewhere in there you could maybe eke out an HP tornado, rain wrap tornado. But down here we're looking a little rough. The southern storm has given way to that big monstrous cell. So we're gonna stop up here in 4 minutes for gas. Girlfriend is fixing problems with my WeatherWise app at home. But most of this other stuff is I've got this special little app that I wrote. Just it's like really simple. It's just a bunch of keybinds and stuff, but I can't. It's just this little app here. I'm gonna make like my own radar probably this summer and like try and market it to chasers. Because everybody seems to be doing that, but they don't really have everything that I want. So we got a big HP grunge fest up here going. Shades of Dixie Alley or the 2022 chase season. Might be going linear, guys. I think there's probably a strong rain wrap tornado threat here in a moment. Big green storm up here. Trying to show off. It's probably the best view here. Actually, I'm gonna adjust the temperature to be that. Set you guys to fixed. Here's Mr. Croft, I think. Maybe not. Minnesota. Big HP storm here in eastern Nebraska. This is gonna be a pain. See a tornado, and we got to get gas here before this monster downdraft impacts us. Very powerful downdraft here. Senex on the east side of town. Just got hit by a rock. Still pretty linear looking here. Definitely like a large RFD surge. I hope that this skinnies out later on here, but not likely from how this is going here. Just got to get less storms feeding into it. That's how you remove HP, or the storm dies. It's one of those two. But I don't think photographs really support big HP storms. It's more of a merger problem today. More of a merger problem. Okay, I gotta get gas up here. Apparently there's a gas station right up here on the left. Let's hope there's not a million people here. And that this is a real gas station. Alright, it is a real gas station. Hope the pumps are pay outside. Alright, we gotta get moving here pretty soon. Here comes the RFD. Oh my god. almost finished, guys. I'll be right there in a second, chat. We got a little Cinnabon to the north, but nothing crazy. Alrighty, guys. We filled up all the way. Storm's passing to our north. Let Starlink boot and then I'll reconnect you guys. There's also some storms coming up out of the south that I really want to keep an eye on, but this is all looking really linear. All looking really linear. Look at this green sky, chat. That's outflow if I've ever seen it. Guys, I think what we're gonna probably do is we're gonna get a couple stills of this storm and then I'm gonna go south because there's 2 new supercells coming up from the south here. I think that's our plan for right now. We got a big HP storm here. Big HP storm. Looks much greener when I show you guys out the window, but big HP storm here. Would I be mad if the hail messes up my car? No, my car's already pretty messed up from hail, so. The only thing that I'm worried about getting messed up from hail is Starlink, because Starlink is fragile. So I took like 1 hailstone last time and it like completely tore through it, so. But we're gonna stop here for a shot. I'll be right back to chat. I wonder if my second camera is alive, because it's probably gonna be better for this. It's not. Okay, that's fine. We'll use the main one. So we're probably gonna go back south. We got 2 new cells developing and moving up. keep going, guys. This guy is just pure outflow. I want to get south to some newer storms that look like they're a little more inflow based here. Yeah, so we're gonna head down back towards Fairmont, McCool Junction, York, back southwest here. Got 2 new storms moving up. 2 new storms moving up, chat. Check on Twitch. It's been a while since we looked at Twitch. I think I forgot to change everything there. How are we doing, Twitch? In Columbus, it's thundering now. Yeah, these are going to be some strong thunderstorms moving through Columbus, already over Columbus. Hail and damaging winds are going to be the main threat for you. 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. These are some powerful storms. Tornado threat's pretty minimal right now, in my opinion. Don't think you're really watching for a tornado threat anymore. I think this is, especially with northward extent, transformed into damaging wind, large hail. So because of that, we're going to go south to where I think the tornadoes are going to be. We're going to go south here. There's kind of another surge coming in, like there's rain all the way down here. Look at that texture too. Let's go south to York, guys. Be to York in a little under an hour, but these storms are moving up towards us, so it shouldn't be too bad of a journey down there. It feels so weird chasing here. Like I just used to drive through here on my way to like South Dakota, you know, just. But past couple of years, Nebraska's been pretty active. Got some pretty skies here, these roiling clouds, sign of outflow. It smells like cow here, guys. I can't lie to you, it does not smell very good. Got multiple supercells now impinging on southeast Nebraska. No tornado warnings for our target area at the moment. But we're gonna slide a little further south down to York. This thing's just pure outflow at the moment. We got maybe a little elevated supercell trying to develop here in the cold air mass left behind. It's gonna be a big hailer. A big hailstorm forming right in front of us on the cool side of this outflow. Look at that. Look at how strongly that air is getting pulled into the storm. Like some scale for it, but tough to provide. Got a little hailstorm forming right in front of us here. So we're gonna get around this hopefully before it gets too bad here. South here in just a moment. This is a hailer forming. Hailstorms love to form on that cold side of your old storm. So you can usually get one supercell going through, and you can and sometimes get a second hailstorm that tags along right behind it, and sometimes it'll actually help with the tornado threat, but I don't know that that will happen today. So we're just going to continue trucking towards York. This doesn't really change my current target here. So I'm going to zoom out and show you guys where these two supercells are coming up from. So give me one moment here. Where's my special app? Here it is. One, two. Two is probably enough, but I'll see if I need three here. So you can see those storms down south of us here. That's where we're heading right now, forming a little closer to that low pressure system. I need to add something where I can like turn on and off warnings so I can just show raw radar, but I don't have anything like any functionality like that right now. Out now trying to ask me to use my streams. Have to go through all those inquiries later. It's chase time now. Yeah, I would not be surprised to get maybe an attempt at a couple rain wrapped tornadoes. I just don't know that the low level shear supports that. Still like south right now. Gonna probably intercept this right on 80. Some big hail probably falling in Columbus right about now. Seeing a couple reports of about 1 inch hail is the largest report I've seen. About quarter size hail. 1.75 inch hail reported about 10 miles south of Columbus. There we go. Sorry about that. I just switched you guys back to Starlink. I'm gonna see if we can get down here. But then we got a long drive down to deep south later on here, which I'm not exactly looking forward to, but we're out here, so we're gonna do it. I mean, honestly, today might put us out of range being in Nebraska. It's got to be like 16 hours away. Yeah, maybe like 12. It's really far though. 12 hours is not horrible. Have to look at the models and everything tonight to decide whether we actually go down there. Maybe look to see if we can find a secondary target tomorrow, further north. Yeah, no problem with a rundown. I'll look at everything tonight. I've had a couple people offer to me. I just don't want to make any rash decisions, so you don't have to apologize. I'll just look at it later. I don't like to do business stuff when I'm chasing too much, if that makes sense. Thank you so much, Jacqueline, for the $10 Venmo donation. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Storm south of, there's no shot this storm near us goes surface based here. We're gonna keep going south. A little bit smaller storms down here, but again, still fairly outflow dominant. Thank you, man. I will do our best to stay safe out here as we approach these severe warning stars. Let me show you guys this stuff going on north of us right now. Have actually been doing a good job today. Gonna drop south here, head towards Fairmont, Nebraska to get on this severe warning supercell outbreak ongoing right now. Also some nasty storms forming there in northeast Kansas, southeast Nebraska. It's a good thing I didn't drop down that way because they're looking pretty similar to how they're looking up here. Environments weren't too different, so. one tornado today. We're on the board for today. Means the only day we really missed was Paul's Valley. South here. For our target anymore. That southern storm's weakening fast. We could always turn around and go back north here. But maybe we try our luck with a tail end storm in Kansas that moves up into Nebraska. Tornado watch even in the far northwestern Missouri. Might get on 80 and go east. There is a cell developing near south of Lincoln, Nebraska. Seems like a left mover. Storms southwest of us are looking much worse at the moment. Down that way, because either way I want to get the 80 to go east. Storm down southwest of us has fallen off a cliff. Zoom in a little more. Maybe we can hopefully get some LP structure with that, but not seeming as likely now. We might just have to go down east. There are some big storms moving into southeast Nebraska. Oh, they just tornado warned that storm near east of Columbus. Tornado warning just to our north that storm we got off of. Yeah, there might be a pretty decent tornado down southeast of Columbus, northwest of Bellwood, southwest of Richland, Nebraska. Southwest of Richland, northwest of Bellwood. It is moving northeast about 30 miles an hour. I'm a little confused since the hook is, unless it's occluding already. I guess it's possible. I wonder what's killing these storms down here. Either way, I think I'm going to go east and then get into Iowa, probably head towards Nebraska City, intercept powerful supercell over there. And then we don't have to worry about the boundary anymore if we're that far east. Nebraska City is a little under an hour and a half away from Seward. I used to go to school in Seward, in fact. Yeah, there's that tornado threat up north. Tornado warning on that storm near Richland, heading northeast towards Schuler, Nebraska. And I think we're going to get on some storms to the south here. Looking rough over there. See those storms starting to weaken where we're at now. We're going to continue moving east here, I think. I think we're going to get on these cells east of us. I don't want to keep going too far northeast because it pulls us further and further away from tomorrow. So we're going to take US 34, go east here. Stuff seems to be weakening down there. Let's go east. See, you can see the anvil of that big supercell we're heading towards right now. I'll have to get out and clean the windshield when we get further north there. Big messy complex up in northern Nebraska. That's going to be tough to get a tornado out of. It's literally looking like it just got hit with outflow too. Whatever circulation was ongoing, looking like it's getting slapped right now. Could continue there north of Bellwood. Seems like that storm's about to take another eastward turn. I still like our chances though on that storm that's slowly heading up towards Nebraska City. Environment has started to warm up and lift north here. We're gonna head towards that guy, I think. Didn't want to chase a big HP storm or the minimal tornado threat. I don't know. I don't feel like HP storms do super well with weak low-level shear. nice looking skies out ahead. It's gonna take us a moment to get there. Storms are generating an outflow boundary west of Schuler, Nebraska. Doesn't seem like there's a tornado ongoing. Even if there was one earlier, it seems like it's gone now. Seems like we got an outflow surge from that. Go south here. Got a full tank of gas, so probably have to intercept from the eastern side. Should be right on track though. It's not that far away, especially with the interstate. Still got those storms trying to build down south. But all the ones they've lifted north and then died pretty quickly. I had a big meal though last night. I got Applebee's for dinner, and I had like chips and queso and a burger. I was so full. I considered getting the steak for the tornado, but it just didn't feel right. Speed up here, chat. Nice little tiny storm down there. You can kind of see that updraft where that other one was, and it's since dissipated. But there's a couple cells going up southeast of us. We're going to try and get on there. But they're moving much, much slower than initially anticipated. That severe thunderstorm warning for that Summerfield, Pawnee City, Tecumseh storm is only supposed to last 8 minutes, but the storm is not even a quarter of the way through that warning. Yep. Schuler storm just got slammed by outflow there. Yeah, it's going to become a big line, I think. Sorry guys, I got to clean off my windshield when we get down. Literally focusing on the windshield. That's crazy. There's a couple dots on your screen. Let's focus on those. Yeah, I think they're probably going to cancel that tornado threat, that tornado warning west of Schuler. At least they should. Definitely a damaging wind threat though with that, and a big hail threat. But whatever circulation was trying to get going there has been completely undercut. Keep going down towards that storm by Pawnee City. That one's going to probably be our guy. Maybe we can get down to that one near Westmoreland later on. Get to 80 here and then start to go east. There's a tornado environment out there. Haven't been quite able to take advantage. Got the one tornado that lasted 20 seconds. It's just nuts that we were able to see that. getting really messy down on the Red River. A lot of chasers, not a lot of roads. I'm gonna start looking at tomorrow. Next time we stop. Jet pushing through. Let's go east to those tornadoes. Well, the tornado threat. Second day in a row where we've been further west than what appears to be that main tornado threat. Big towers starting to bubble through again. Cumulus baking in front of us here. A little warm out. Had to tweak that warning. Bad looking sky. Just wind's been the problem. Thermodynamics have been fine all day. Big 300 millibar trough coming in tomorrow. Same one that's really acting here and in Oklahoma. 500 millibars. Definitely a big system moving in, unfortunately, for those regions. Veered low-level jet, but that's not the worst thing for out there. But it gets really veered to the point where it's almost westerly in some places. It's going to be a problem. Very linear wind profiles, unless stuff at the surface, and then I guess this model projects a bunch of just linear convection. Tomorrow's not looking like the most fun chase ever. Wondering if there could be a secondary target up there in northern Illinois. Hey, I think we're going to northern Illinois tomorrow, guys. just stick with the low, I guess. Some tiny convection out there. Boundary orientation's a little bit more favorable. Gonna depend on how these storms tonight evolve, but we could be going out to northern Illinois for a mini supercell threat out there tomorrow, ahead of a line that's supposed to form. A couple supercells maybe popping up really early in the day, though. Is it really gonna be a just outflow dominant ripper coming from, where is that? Coming from west of Columbia, Missouri. It's forming around 10 a.m. Excuse me, 9 a.m. and then be into Peoria, Illinois by 2 p.m. But down south looks pretty rough too, with really boundary parallel shear vectors. Not much in the way of surface winds aren't bad, but it's pretty veered down there. 30 knots south, 925, go up to 850. It's literally the same direction through almost the entire depth of the atmosphere, except at 300 where it's a little more westerly down there. I think tomorrow we're probably going to try and play a secondary target for a quick spin up in northern Illinois. Just really depends on if that northern Missouri storm or central Missouri storm never forms tomorrow. We could be in for a window with discrete supercells in northern Illinois. And I would much rather chase northern Illinois than I would Mississippi. Especially with just boundary parallel flow down there. Like picking a needle out of a haystack to find the tornado down there. Wonder what they did. I haven't even looked at that risk for tomorrow. They keep enhanced risk for tomorrow. 5% tornado risk into central Illinois. We could go a little further south. Too far south though, into that 10%. It just looks really rough to chase. Now, this is just one model run of one model that I've been looking at, but check our storm motion for tomorrow. I think in northern Illinois tomorrow, early afternoon. It's a bit of a haul from here, but it's not too bad. About 7 hours. I think we're probably going to be setting our sights because there's that Memphis target and then there's that northern Illinois target. And then the next day is very quiet for us. And then we move into more of a subtle pattern for severe weather. But there's still probably going to be some nice storms, structure, and tornadoes out there. Illinois 19Z, I mean, it's pretty good. rotating wall cloud reported on the storm that we're heading towards. Storm's moving really slow. Only supposed to be up to Elk Creek. We're gonna have to get to Nebraska City and then drop south for it. Almost back to Lincoln. See that storm on the bottom right? That's where we're heading right now. Spreads. Further east though, yeah, we start running into problems. It looks like Nebraska City, I guess that's 4-degree spreads. Probably a very low storm, 5-degree spreads, 5-degree spreads. Gonna be some low storms again out there. down southeast here. Gonna try that secondary target tomorrow. To Lincoln. Still that tornado warning, but that storm's completely outflow dominant. I'm not sure why that tornado warning's still there near Schuyler, Nebraska. West of Rogers, Nebraska. Severe thunderstorms, definitely. Big hail threat for sure. Got some messy storms starting to evolve here in northern Kansas. Messy storms all down the line. Messy storms all down the line. Eastern Oklahoma, southern Oklahoma. Some cells trying to go up near Dallas. Those will be fairly discreet if they can form. Lots of severe thunderstorms here in northern Missouri. It's getting a bit messy all around here. Probably going to be our last shot to get another tornado. Supercell. Stuff up north's looking really messy here. We squeezed out one tornado somehow. These things are moving really slow down here. They let that tornado warning east of Columbus, Nebraska expire. It's completely outflow dominant at the moment. You can see that fine line out ahead. But chat, we're gonna go southeast of these storms here, and then we gotta make some plans for what we do tomorrow. I'm really liking northern Illinois tomorrow afternoon if the HRR is correct. Has a bit more what I'd expect with some supercells in northern Illinois. For tomorrow. Man, does it just get messy fast down south. Showing it, but I think we're going to be somewhere in Illinois tomorrow. So probably one more chase day tomorrow, and then in northern Illinois, maybe central Illinois, and then a break the following day on Wednesday, and then we'll drive back and recharge, get back out to the high plains. Southeast towards this storm now. Probably have to go a little further south than I originally anticipated because of how slowly it's moving. It's getting messy in northeast Kansas already. Probably might stop on the way down and get some food. I literally haven't eaten anything today. thing's just sitting there. It's not moving fast at all. Still hasn't even crossed the border yet, but there's a big, messy complex of storms racing north. Still going to head towards Nebraska City and then just dive south or cross into Iowa. Maybe Missouri. Right around that area. And this Highway 2 bypass is really nice. There we go, tornado warning for the storm we're getting on right now. Radar indicated. We're gonna head towards Humboldt, Nebraska. We're gonna go around this time because I don't like how we approached yesterday. Humboldt. Be there in about an hour and a half. Be there before sunset, so as long as it might get a little messy between now and then, but it's still fine. I just want to be on a pretty storm at sunset tonight. I haven't really done too much stuff like that. There's a storm chaser from Minnesota right here. radar indicated tornado in southeast Nebraska right now. We're heading that way. It's just going to be a moment. About an hour 15 out from Humboldt, Nebraska. The storm's going to probably beat us there by quite a big margin. We might just have to cross at Brownville. South at Syracuse if need be. Probably not though. Did they rewarn that thing for a tornado? Yeah, it looks a little bit more tornadic now. Northwest of Omaha. Tornado on the ground there west of North Bend. Storm should pass north of Blair, near Hooper, and then Herman, Nebraska. Kind of surprised, there's no way. Observed. Observed tornado. Tornado northwest of Omaha. Nebraska City, and then we'll drop down at Auburn, towards Auburn, and then either go east into Rockport or go south. That's our game plan, chat. Yeah, Blair could possibly be. They're probably, that tornado warned storm's probably going to pass just north of you, though. That North Bend storm is going to continue to pose a weak tornado threat for a while. Yeah, it's getting foggy and hazy again. Same issue we ran into yesterday with that very moist, very stable air. I don't mind going east because, I mean, no matter what for tomorrow, we're going east somewhere. Yesterday was nuts, Clay. That was an insane storm event. Like, you had supercells from Colorado to Texas producing tornadoes in the park. Like, there were tornadoes Colorado, Nebraska. The big ones were in Kansas, but then you had some pretty ones in Oklahoma and some more big ones down in Texas. But those big Kansas tornadoes last night were horrifying. Yeah, we're going to start to run into stable air here. We flip back around and go north? I think we go east. Messy all over the place in Kansas now. Still think that best threat's down by that Humboldt storm. We'll probably head out to Nebraska City and then we could probably get it by Schubert, or we could cross into Iowa. Just worried that Iowa's stable from those previous storms. Options for chasing tomorrow. We could go down to Dixie, which is my least favorite option, or we could try northern Illinois and central Illinois. We could also not chase tomorrow and just go west, but I think we're going to target the secondary target in Illinois. messy. Nebraska 68 over 66. We're running into the exact same issue we had yesterday, though the inflow of this storm is 72 over 68, so that's not horrible. Messes everywhere, chat. I'm wondering if maybe we turn around and go back. It's still the same problem with that boundary out there. boy. Tornado reported on the storm we're getting on right now. I told the thing I didn't want to go this way. It keeps trying to get me to go south at Syracuse. I don't want to do that. Cross by Falls City. everything's getting messy. clouds building in right now. I'm not too sure that this is going to keep going here. I mean, we're just running into that same problem that we did with the fog out ahead, where it just hasn't destabilized. So that could be a concern on top of actually seeing the tornado, but we're still going to head down there. Going on around here, chat. Storm. A brief touchdown was confirmed, but it's gonna get tough to see. We're just running out of the instability now. That storm down way down in Kansas doesn't look too bad. One by Madison, Kansas. Just really messy today, which was pretty much expected. Towards Auburn. Yeah, there was a brief touchdown confirmed. I haven't seen any photos of it, but it was confirmed. We're heading down that way now. We're going to head towards Falls City, Nebraska. We're heading down south of Auburn, but Auburn's okay right now. A severe thunderstorm, maybe you guys might get some rain, and maybe from a storm that comes in from the west later on, but the storm passing near south, that's a tornado warning, is not a serious issue for you guys. It's going to head more towards the Falls City and Mound City, Falls City, Nebraska, Rollo, Nebraska, Preston, Nebraska, into Mound City, Missouri, I believe. I believe that's, yeah, Missouri. Going down towards Auburn right now, and then I'm going to head a little further east here. Try and beat this storm down there. Just getting grungy now. Ready for the grunge to end. skies gusting out here. Gonna get down to Auburn and then reassess, but it's looking a little rough for continued chasing. Everything's going upscale, everything's getting messy. Down to Auburn and call it and start heading out for tomorrow. Yeah, freaking 70 over 70 in northeastern Kansas. That's just gonna be junk. That's gonna be fog. 71 over 68 is a little better. Your Falls City, but yeah, and I'm betting it's very, very cloudy there. Yeah, we're about done for today, guys. I think we're gonna get down to Auburn here and then just start getting east. Because like, there's really no point in me chasing fog. We're not gonna see anything. Probably getting close to the storm here, but it appears to be weakening. There's storms forming out in front of it. It's looking really linear. Back in this, and even southeast it looks even worse. South here, but I'm losing hope that we're going to see anything down by Falls City. Yeah, it's going to be pretty cloudy down there. I think that tornado threat continues to drop. Just seems like it's a little stable out there. And it's getting messy. You're probably going to deal with some severe thunderstorms, but messy, severe weather threat. And if today is messy, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. here in Auburn watching this storm. And more diffuse in this fog. Just don't think we're going to be able to see anything, guys. Might call it and start going east. Just get ready for tomorrow. People in Oklahoma don't have to worry. They don't have to go too far, but we're way up in Nebraska. And if we go to the main target tomorrow, it's like going to be like a 10-hour drive. Not a bad day though. We had 1 week tornado. I was expecting a little more though. Like 2-week tornadoes or maybe 3-week tornadoes. I knew there wasn't really going to be strong tornadoes where we were at. That severe warning, but they haven't continued the tornado warning, though that warning doesn't really need it. We'll go a little more south, I guess. It's the hail sides. 1 inch, half-inch hail. Alright, it's definitely confirmed to be foggy down there. We're pulling in here because of the fog. Alrighty, everybody. I think that's gonna do it for our day today. 1 week tornado early on, but I don't want to go back northwest either because I really got to get east. It's going to be a big mess. We got to drive through a ton of rain. See what happens here, but yeah, severe thunderstorms all over the place. Northeastern Nebraska, even western Kansas, some severe thunderstorms. And hold on, give me 1 second to clean off my radar here. Severe thunderstorms at Falls City, even stuff down into eastern Kansas. Some tornado warnings actually in western, southwestern Missouri. Tornado warnings eastern Oklahoma. Tornado warning just north of the Red River. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings all across the U.S. Even a severe thunderstorm warning up by Sioux Falls. And then a rogue severe thunderstorm in northern Tennessee near Clarksville. Very active day here today, but not a ton of tornado activity. That is probably going to change after dark, so I think we've got no choice, I think, but to call it here, because we're only going to be chasing fog. Downpouring by Falls City. Yeah, there is a severe thunderstorm down there now, but and maybe some big hail about to come through there. But the tornado threat seems much lower than it did earlier, as fog continues, you know, as the storm continues to kind of move into the fog. So I am going to go ahead and call this here, guys. I really got to get in position for tomorrow. I'm ready for a break, but you know, there's only one more day, so yeah, chat. Always, please hit that like and subscribe button. Thank you so much for joining me. You know, we had an interesting day today. We found a surprise tornado in Nebraska. Most people, I think, are down in Oklahoma or Texas, but you know, it is what it is. Tornadoes 2 days in a row now. Not the best tornadoes, but we got them. Tomorrow's looking a little rough. I'm hoping that Northern Illinois ends up working out because that's going to be much more of an enjoyable chase for both you guys and me. So we're going to go where the environment takes us, though. So, you know, if Dixie does look good enough, I will go down there. But for now, I'm not too sure. That puts us at 31 tornadoes this year. It's not a great tornado. I have to pull video from that because not a lot of people believe that it actually touched down. But that's going to be all for tonight. I will see you guys later, and have a great rest of your day.